Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
The 114 teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here. We are underway here, end-to-end stuff as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday. Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, and we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock scores.
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try of the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Edinburgh Bobbies with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Hignet, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. But Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
Good play. Well played, Taylor. Jamie!
Super League weekend. We're and it was the University of Stirling who had a pretty slow start. They trailed by 0 games to 3 in the first set. They've clawed their way back and they now have a point for 4-4.
Good return. I'm going to make a call, Pippa.
Go for it.
Whoever wins this point wins the set.
Interesting.
It's only interesting if Stirling win the point, really. If Nottingham win the point, serve for it, but... All right, set over.
And of course in the doubles it is a sudden death juice format, so rather than playing advantage, the returner decides which side to play, and it is one deciding point. And that's Tom Hands serving for the University of Nottingham. Tom was a former Drake scholar, so again another who went through the collegiate system in the United States. He has a current world ranking in singles and in doubles. Just last week won a round in Sunderland with Mike Shaw and also qualified for the singles. His partner Caleb Chakravarti, again another who went through the university college system. He's a former SMU scholar, but does have family in London. I think that just goes to show how popular university tennis in the UK is becoming. So many names who've come through the university system in the States, and even more who've gone on to then play professional tennis in the UK and worldwide. Scott, you're one of them.
Yeah, try to anyway. Yeah, it's...
Yeah, it's becoming more of a route sort of into the professional game. It allows people to mature sort of at their own rate, and allows people sort of 4 extra years of training if you're not ready to play full time physically or mentally. So yeah, it's definitely a very valid option. Actually, Tom Hands was on the same Drake team as Vincent Gillespie, who's still at Stirling Uni. Unfortunately, he's not here today. But yeah, also went to Drake, as did Callum McGeer, who left Stirling last year.
Vincent Gillespie, another Stirling legend.
Not quite. He's getting there though.
One of the advantages of studying in the UK, of course, is that we do have one of the best education systems in the world, and many specialist sport postgraduate degrees, which is what a lot of these guys study. What did you study, Scott?
I studied sports psychology.
Sports psychology.
Yeah. Shame I had to think about that, really, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is becoming a much more popular route, and as is the case in the US with collegiate tennis. Tennis costs are as well usually covered in the UK, and of course travel distance is small. British and European culture never too far away, and if you're considering tennis as a career, there is also many options to play some ATP, WTA and ITF tournaments in Britain. We have more and more of those in Britain. And
oh. No way.
Gotta be point of the match for me so far. And the racket of James McKinley is on the next door court. What a sensational point.
Got my Gary Neville out there, actually, mid-point there. Sorry about that.
Well, here we are. It is 5-4 to the University of Nottingham. And it's certainly all to play for in this #1 doubles. And everything happening as well on the next door court, #2 doubles, where Jamie Crawford of Nottingham and his partner taking on the Stirling duo. Scott, what's happening over there?
There's just been a break secured by Stirling, I believe. Big roar from Patrick Young, first team captain. He's trying to lead Hignet to a win. Liam Hignet's debut for Stirling University today. I'm sure he was pretty nervous before the match. I think they had a bit of a slow start, early break, but I'm starting to feel it now.
Do you have an overview of sort of Stirling in general? What does their training schedule look like?
Yeah, so Stirling have sessions 8 till 10 in the morning for the guys, 10 till 12 for the girls. There's club performance that sort of comes in before that from 6:45, I believe. All sessions are run by Coach Scott McCauley, who I think is over watching the girls right now, and he's assisted by graduate sort of assistants. So one is James Blair, the other is Arpit Sharma, who you might be able to see at the side of court 6 right now, who's helping James and Ewan try to get through that doubles. They have 3 gym sessions a week, all of which are compulsory for the tennis scholars. And it's a good setup. They try to link in with the National Academy, which is based at Stirling, as much as possible, to try and help the juniors. It's a good setup.
And a setup that is clearly working. It's the University of Stirling who are coming in as reigning champions here on the men's side. They'll certainly be looking to retain their trophy.
Great return.
One thing I think that stood out for me so far in this match is the return, not just on the Nottingham side, but also on the Stirling side. haven't seen many missed returns, and they've all been very strategically placed. Lots of down the line returns as well. Keeping the volleyer modest, not allowing them to get too confident at the net and make those interceptions.
That is very composed by James McKinley there, under a lot of pressure. Great pick up on the half volley, great feel on the lob volley.
Just looked like he had so much time on the ball, yet he was so close to the net. Another incredibly solid return there from Caleb Chakravarti. I almost feel there, though, that Moore just wasn't quite ready for it.
Yeah, it's coming at him quickly. I think he's done the right thing. He's just had hands out in front. I suppose it's just hit a bigger target, especially at 5-4 down. Don't want to be going into that side too often.
And that has been the story of the match so far for me. Just very, very strong and strategically placed returns from the Nottingham duo.
Well, please don't go into that backhand return at this point.
And it is set point to the University of Nottingham. James McKinley to serve.
I stand corrected. Well done, boys.
And what a time to make a first serve. Wasn't the best first serve he's hit all match, but sometimes just a solid first serve is all that's needed to put pressure on the opponents. Well, it is even Stevens here at Loughborough University. Chakravarti just taking his time here before he serves.
Great hands from Hans. Yes, I've got it in. Had to come at some point.
I was wondering how long it was going to take you before we heard that one. Again, Tom Hans, though, is apparently a piano player in his spare time, so not just a whiz on the tennis court. Oh. Says his favourite player is Andy Murray. And notable results over the past year. He won an ITF doubles title in America. Favourite surface is grass, and biggest rival, Ewan Moore.
Oh, great serve. 15-30 down. By the looks of it, that's not where he told Tom he was going to serve. I think he's changed his mind. Maybe seen Ewan move to his right. He's popped it wide.
How often does that happen, and is it an incredibly big deal when the server decides that they're going to change halfway through?
I think it can be. It probably depends on his partner's movement and how good he is at hitting the right spots. If you say you're going to go tee, for example, and then pop one wide, Tom's going to be miles out of position, generally speaking. You can probably get away with it a little bit more with body backhand going wide, but yeah, it wouldn't be something I'd do regularly. Having said that, if you're going to hit an ace, you can do it as many times as you want.
That's true. Another solid hold from Caleb Chakravarti of the University of Nottingham. They find themselves leading by 6 games to 5 in the #1 doubles here on court 6 at the University of Loughborough. And just to give an overview, Nottingham, captained by Jamie Crawford, they ranked 2nd in the BUCS tennis rankings in 2019-2020. And fun fact, more teams reached the BUCS Cup finals than any other institution in the UK. They're coached by Andy Hyam and Matt Wiltz. Actually never won the BUCS team competition. They're promoted into the National League 2 years ago. And that was sort of following a big financial push from the University of Durham, who got a lot of funds and then recruited quite a few players from the collegiate system in the US. And then Nottingham rather, followed suit and got a lot of American scholars in. And now, here they are. Made the final last year, and they find themselves in a pretty decent position with certainly an incredibly strong team.
Oh, he's tagged him, he's cracked him blue for all you Call of Duty fans out there. Cracked him blue and downed him.
That looked like it could have been pretty painful there for James McKinley. And what do you think, Scott? Is this the biggest rivalry in men's college tennis at the moment? Stirling versus Nottingham?
It could be, yeah. There's certainly two of the favourites for the title this year. You can never really write out any of the teams in this league. They're all good. All the matches, like none of the matches are gimme matches at all. So you can't really write anybody off. But this is a massive one to start off with, yeah.
Well, Hans and Ewan Moore, who's serving here, probably two of the standout players in the BUCS system at the moment. Both ranked, and Moore had a career high ranking of 949.
Yeah, Ewan Moore had a great couple of weeks. Last week's playing Futures. He's won first round in the main draw in both the events. Took Alistair Gray to 6th and 3rd, narrowly losing out, unfortunately. But yeah, he's in some good form. As is Tom Hans. Took out a guy 860 in the world in qualifying, last round qualifying last week. So yeah, both these guys in great form. That's curse of the commentator if you've ever seen it.
That's certainly not the time to hit a double fault, is it? I think that's his first of the match so far.
Yeah, that would make sense. I shouldn't have said anything.
This is the time, isn't it? It needs to be high percentage tennis for both pairs actually at this point in the set.
Margins in doubles just so tight, especially with the sudden death juices. Momentum swings, like you can find a match just gets away from you so quickly. So it's, yeah, in these times, high percentages, big targets, got to do the basics really, really well.
And that is something that strikes me about Ewan. He just seems to be too down on himself when he's perhaps in a compromising position.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't show it externally. Quite a level-headed guy generally, so it probably helps his tennis.
A shot, and what a return there from Tom Hans. That was certainly not a bad serve there from McKinley, and his opponent Hans kept it low. Just so effective when you're hitting it low and kind of just a little bit shorter as well, because what it means is that your opponent then has to move forwards, and when it's low you have to hit up, which then gives the volleyer an opportunity to come in and intercept.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the strengths of Tom's game. He's a very good returner, sees the ball very well, and early on the serve. Gives him a chance to sort of change line or dip it at feet. Nottingham find himself 3-love up here.
Story of the match so far though, isn't it? They were 3-love up in the first set as well. 3 points up in this tiebreak, and let's see how Sterling respond.
That's interesting. Could that be a little bit of nerves, Pippa?
Well, I think so. I mean, there haven't been too many of those so far, especially on the Nottingham side. They've been pretty tight on the serve and return front. I think perhaps more just lack of focus than nerves, if I'm honest. When the margins are so small, it's really just about refocusing and bouncing back, isn't it? You know, if you do hit that dodgy first or first serve or return or whatever it may be, it's then just, you know, refocusing and making sure that you're making that correction on the next point. Bit of a guide there from Tom Hands. 4-2. Still a bit of a cushion for the University of Nottingham.
Yeah, big point now. Makes a massive difference serving at 5-2 compared to 4-3.
And I can confirm it is now 1 set all on court 5. So they'll be going into a 3rd set tiebreak. Is that going to affect, do you think, the performance of these guys on court 6? Are they looking at that, thinking, you know, they need to step up?
I can tell you from personal experience, James will know the score on the court to his left. He's got that ability somehow to know what's going on every court. Hit him again. But yeah, I mean, it is going to probably help one of the teams, whoever wins that on court 5, they're probably going to give it big passion, and it is going to sort of help one team on this court, but just trying not to let it affect you too much at this stage. The same can be said actually for this tiebreak on court 6. Whoever wins this is probably going to help the match tiebreak.
That's a good point. Just allows you to relax that little bit if you've got that cushion. If you know your team have already clinched a point or about to clinch a point on the other court. But again, it is all about staying present and doing your job, not relying on anyone else to do your job for you. what's the play here? Is he going to the Chakravarti forehand or backhand?
I think he's just going to go big body. Flat body, Ewan squeezes the middle. Yeah. Played with James too much now.
And Scott Duncan called it. It is the University of Stirling.
It's a run of points now for Stirling,
who now have the first set point of the match.
We're going nuts! We're going nuts!
serve. Just got that moving into Ewan's backhand. Couldn't quite get around it enough to direct it line.
Do you think he was aiming line? It didn't look to me as if he was even aiming line, and perhaps it was just complete shank.
Yeah, I think he's changed his mind having seen where the net player is going. But only he'll know.
And it is 6 games all and 6 points all. Couldn't be more even.
These are the moments these guys play tennis for, though. Big matches, big times in the match.
And it's the first match of the season as well. You know, these guys are playing this match off the back of a big break in university tennis. Of course, they'll have been competing, playing a few ITFs here and there, but first match of the season, so I think both will be brushing off some cobwebs here and there. Wasn't the time to go for a big return like that, was it?
No. Second serve return, 6-all.
McKinley knows it as well.
Yeah. Very much a trade-off between really going after that and actually just making the ball. Hindsight's a great thing.
Of Nottingham clinched the first set. Just a few loose errors creeping in. They did have a set point, did Stirling, but the shank backhand down the line return. And then another consecutive miss return from James McKinley. Ewan Moore, you can see that, just not happy.
Yeah, it was on the racket. Yeah, nothing really more to say about it. It was on the racket. They had chances. Having said that, they also dug themselves out of a big hole. So probably on the balance, Nottingham deserved to win that first set.
They did, and can't be too hard on yourself, can you? You know, as I just said, this is the first match of the season, and you can't go in with sky-high expectations. These guys won't have played together for a very long time. Just, you know, getting back into the swing of things, understanding each other's games, and of course all courts play differently as well. They won't have played on these courts at Loughborough for a while. I certainly think there's all to play for here. And it looks like it's another tight one on court 5. The number 2 pairs are in a third set tiebreak. Not quite sure what the score is, but the atmosphere is tense.
8-5 to Nottingham over on court 5. Great second serve knock-off volley by Hignet. I realise this means nothing to people who aren't watching it, but I can give you as much detail as I can. So 8-6, Patrick Young for Stirling serving. Patrick Young and Liam Hignet versus Aaron Traynor and Jamie Crawford. First serve into the body backhand. Traynor chips line and misses it just long. 8-7 to Nottingham. Missed first serve by first team captain Jamie Crawford. And a missed backhand second serve return by Hignet.
And it is the University of Nottingham who have 2 match points. Sealed with a smash. What a match and what a performance from Jamie Crawford and his partner. They seal the victory with a smash, and it is 2-1 to the University of Nottingham. And once again, as was the similar case in last year's matchup, they find themselves leading by 1 rubber to 0. But certainly all to play for here, back on court 6. It's Stirling who trail by 1 set to love. They've had a conversation with their coach. They've gone for a quick rest from break. And Scott, what does the second set need to look like for you?
They need to start better. I think the start of the set really let them down because, I mean, without the start they would have won the set. But I know you can say that about sort of anything. But yeah, it was just a slow start. I think they need a bit more energy, stay together. They're both very, very good doubles players. I'd like to see James McKinley take control of that net a little bit more. He's very, very good at it. And yeah, I just think that especially behind you in serve, they can really get involved.
Well, that's what Coach Scott would say. Former Stirling player yourself, and now competing on the ATP Tour. And I think I'd agree with that. It just needs to be much more net action, and actually a few more first serves, I think, from James McKinley. And for me, the energy just hasn't been there, and it's so hard to play those big points well and focus in when you're just feeling and looking a little bit flat.
Great return.
He's such a master of that return, isn't he? Just keeps it so low over the net.
It's surprising me they continue to go into that side, to be honest. But sometimes on the court it's difficult to sort of see things as clearly, and maybe they're seeing something I'm not.
Well, that's the beauty of these college matches, isn't it? That you do have your coach on court with you.
Yeah, Arpit Sharma on the court from India. He's doing a postgrad at Stirling, one of the graduate coaches. Had ATP points in his own right, singles. Very good player. Andy Hyam currently not on the court for Nottingham, but is their graduate coach. Very good doubles player, actually. Won a lot of matches for Nottingham in his time.
And that's a pretty common route as well, isn't it? Going from playing in the team to then going on to become a graduate coach or a graduate assistant. Very similar to college tennis in the US.
Point.
Well, I am here with Jamie Crawford, who has joined me off the back of his #2 doubles victory. Jamie, congratulations! That was an incredible match there. Took the victory in the third set tiebreak. Tell me about it.
Yeah, no, it was good. We started off strong, got the break early, and yeah, I think we held our level throughout. They played a really good second set, and then I think we raised our level just in the tiebreak and won the crucial points. And we were brave. So yeah, very good.
Well, that's what it's about, isn't it? And how does it feel to be back out there? I know you had a very successful season last year. Obviously, this is the first match of the season. Did you feel like you were maybe kind of dusting off some cobwebs, or did you feel good out there?
No, I think you're right slightly. It's definitely different playing in a team environment, playing for your team rather than yourself. But I loved it. I couldn't wait to get out. I was watching everyone on Wednesday, yeah, and I missed it, so I'm glad to be back.
Well, great, that's good to hear. And you obviously form part of the Nottingham men's first team. What are your goals going into this season?
Well, we want to win. We narrowly lost to these guys last year, and I think the aim is to win the league, definitely, and have a good cup run. So, yeah, we want to go all the way. So. And
you're the captain, aren't you? Obviously, here on court 6. We have the #1 doubles, and it's Nottingham who lead by 1-0. If you could sort of tell these guys anything right now, what would you be muttering in their ears?
I haven't been watching much, but it looks a very tight game. I tell them to keep doing their stuff, stay solid, be brave at the net, and yeah, I think we'll be okay. So. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and I'll let you get off and go and support your teammates.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there you go. We just spoke to Nottingham's captain, Jamie Crawford, who joined us off the back of a victory in the number 2 singles. And here on court 6, it is 1 game all in the second set. Crawford's team, though, Nottingham leading by 1 set to love. And they are well on their way to clinching the second doubles rubber, which would put them up by 2 rubbers to 0.
Good serve by Moore, nursing a little oblique injury at the moment. I think he's got to take a couple of MPHs off that serve. Fine spots, still works for doubles.
Just long there from Moore. I do feel that those punch volleys from Moore are so effective, and he's sort of going for more of the kind of chip angles and actually missed quite a few of them. So I'm wondering whether maybe he wants to be punching those volleys a little bit more.
Good serve. I did speak about him taking pace off that serve. It doesn't look like he's doing that. Thought it might be something he'd look to do, but seems to be cranking it down still. If you're interested, on court 5, we've now got the number 4 singles going on. Nottingham's Patrick Foley against Stirling's Rob Cowley.
And that is an absolutely fantastic volley there from James McKinley. Stirling find themselves leading by 2 games to 1. Certainly more energy in the second set. I almost feel like it's anger being transformed into energy, especially from James McKinley. But his partner, Ewan Moore, staying so level-headed, so cool, calm, and collected as usual.
Thanks very much. Sorry, I just got offered some popcorn there. Popcorn for the popcorn match.
Well, it is certainly a popcorn match, that's for sure. quite sure what's going on here.
Time-wasting tactics. Horrible.
That was exactly the shot to play as well. Ewan Moore just closing in on the net, and leaving himself slightly exposed to the lob, which is exactly what Caleb Chakravarti did. Scott, you're pacing. Are you nervous?
Always.
Your Sterling boys
always when I'm watching Sterling.
In a compromising position.
Yeah. I've just seen now on court, what's that, 5, 6, 7, 8. On court 8, Sterling girls have just taken the first doubles against Nottingham girls. It's a Sterling-Nottingham showdown with both men and women today. I believe Nottingham are set up in the other one.
And Sterling women's team as well, home to a number of very, very high-level players. Maya Lumsden, one of them, WTA ranked. Is she top 500 now?
Yeah, I think she's 300. I believe she has a protected ranking of around about 250. Yeah, Maya was out for a long time with a wrist injury and had long COVID. So she's starting to work her way back now. She's won a couple of doubles titles in the last month, I think. Won one last week actually. She's not here today. I believe she's recently graduated. She started on a master's and I think has tried to pursue her tennis career. So I believe she's left, but I'll get that confirmed. Oh, lovely. Oh.
What have you got to say about that one?
Nothing.
Well, Maya, of course, yes, it is confirmed. She is no longer part of Sterling University, but she remains a very highly credited alumni. And of course, Maya formed part of the trophy-winning BNP Paribas team. That's the beauty of the university system. It's events like the BNP Paribas in France and the World University Games where standout players will receive a call-up. And they are incredible events to be part of. Scott, you also formed part of the team?
I did, as did you.
As did I.
Hashtag Dream Team.
Hashtag Dream Team.
Yeah, great events to be a part of. So there's a collection of GB Uni students. We play against the likes of America, China, France, Ireland. I think Belgium have a team. But yeah, great 3-day event, I believe. Straight knockout. But yeah, you get a lot of very good players. Johnny O'Mara has played it. Antoine Hoang, who has been as high as 150 ATP, has played it.
Well, let's talk about other standout players in the university system. We'll get onto that in just a second. Very good high percentage tennis there from Ewan Moore. I think he was maybe scarred by that forehand volley that he missed just wide. Took a little bit of pace off those last few volleys and smashes, but got the job done. Nottingham duo have opted for the down-the-line return on so many occasions that I think Moore at the net there was even just expecting it.
The line return, a very good option, especially indoors. If you get a solid hit on the return, it comes back very quickly, so often can catch the net guy unprepared, especially if the net guy's maybe looking to move. If you catch a clean line return, it's not easy to sort of stay on top of the point sometimes. As you said earlier, it just keeps them honest as well. Which I suppose leads to more sort of regular formation like this, which means the return can go cross and at feet. Great return, great pickup actually from McKinley there.
A number of great pickups actually from all players. I think hands the standout for me with those phenomenal hands, but can't stop saying it now.
No, I think we can get at least two more by the time he finishes play today.
Absolutely. And let's just quickly recap on who are the biggest names we've had in the university system. So we've got Olivia Nichols, played for Loughborough University and is now top 100 ranked in the WTA doubles rankings. Lloyd Glasspool, who I believe is now top 20 in the world in doubles. Maya, of course, played for the University of Stirling. And none other than the legendary Scott Duncan, who stands right here beside me.
Wow, can't believe I've got into those names, but I'll take it.
I think that just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, the level within this BUCS system. We have a top 100 female doubles player. We have a top 20 male doubles player.
Yeah.
And it really is attracting some sort of very high-profile names. And I think it then becomes sort of a domino effect, because the more you attract those big names, and the more you have those in the system, it then sort of has a follow-on effect, and actually, you know, we begin to attract even more names.
it's I'm sure Tom Hands, who's obviously his first year at Nottingham, probably wouldn't have, or might not have gone to Nottingham if he didn't know, for example, Dan Little went there. Dan's, I think, 600 in the world singles, and he's currently, I think, around about 350, maybe 400 doubles. Dan graduated last year, maybe the year before. COVID sort of gets in the way of things. I can't really remember exactly when he graduated, but it's people like that who can sort of bring in the next generation of these uni players. Another one's Ben Jones. Ben Jones is currently about 350 in the world doubles. Just had a very good week singles in Sunderland. Yeah, it's nice to just keep sort of the level ticking over, and hopefully they can inspire others to sort of like follow in their footsteps and sort of take their journey through university.
Absolutely, and a standout sort of point for me as well is that we have so many players coming from the collegiate system in the United States, and it's such a great way to continue your education whilst on the side, you know, pursuing your dream of playing professional tennis. And even on this court today, Tom Hands came from Drake, and his partner Caleb Chakravarti came from SMU. What do you think are the key differences between university in the States and university in the UK? I know that we're sort of closing in on that gap. Perhaps that's something we can talk about at the next changeover.
Ooh. Oh, stop that.
Wow. Just wow.
Whoever had won that point was getting a standing ovation there for me.
Well, Scott, you're so nervous that you're already standing. Yeah, that was certainly point of the match for me so far. Although I do say that at least once a set.
It's true, you know. I think that serve's been called out at County Week, Pippa. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. If in doubt, call it out.
Wow. That's what I think James McKinley is very, very good at. He makes himself very big across the net. Good first volley, and then the next one was knock-off angle. I think the more he can get involved at the net, it will be better for Sterling. Nottingham need to try and keep him off that net. That's probably going to be by the lob, to be honest, and that's also why the line return is so effective.
Well, he's also tall, isn't he? Which means he has long levers and is able to make those interceptions. And is this a pretty standard partnership? Do McKinley and Moore play with each other regularly, or is this a sort of first time?
Yeah, I think they've played together. Actually, no, I don't think they have played together. It's generally speaking Liam Hignet and James McKinley. They've played a couple of futures together. I think they've made a couple of semis. They made a semi out in Spain a couple of months ago. So yeah, it's generally speaking that one. I think there was a late decision last night to change the pairs, but I'm not 100% sure about that. In fact, I am 100% sure about that. Yeah, there you go.
And what sort of approach would coaches usually take when they are putting together their doubles pairing? Does it depend on their opponents, or is it, they want to put their strongest pair at one, or are they sort of trying to make the pairs sort of more even so they've got a shot to win at both matches? What approach would you say is typically taken?
I suppose it probably depends on the lineup. They'll have both looked at the sort of roster and tried to sort of take a guess as to who was winning what matches, and probably gone from there. I think based on the pairs today, they've probably tried to make both pairs strong. Ewan and James are probably they are the two best doubles players they have, but Patrick Foley was brought in the second doubles, who's a good doubles player in his own right, so he was brought in there.
And of course there are restrictions as well on who can play at what pairing. So for example, Ewan, as the #1 ranked player at the University of Stirling, could not play in the second doubles lineup. So there is also a few rules and regulations to be considered when the coach is submitting their lineup on the day of. And a little chance here for Stirling. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, just seen Ewan Moore jumping about for the first time in the match. I think he might be feeling it. Yeah, good volley. Caleb got a very strong serve though. It's going to be a difficult game to get into. But in doubles, the momentum can change so quickly. Sudden death point, and it can really go any way. Not when you hit the pink bit with returns though. No.
Well, I do agree with you. I think Ewan is just perhaps a little bit flat today. I know he doesn't always bring, all of the energy in the world to his tennis matches, but usually slightly more energetic than he is today. Perhaps he's just got out of bed.
He's played a lot of tennis in the last couple of weeks. I think this is actually probably, generally speaking, what you get with him in terms of energy-wise. You'll probably see a bit more in singles purely because you can actually see him running about, but he's not really the type of guy who's going to be jumping about sort of every point. But I suppose it's difficult because I'd say James and Ewan are similar in that sense. So it can sometimes look a bit flat, whereas maybe they both feel like they're actually on it. But sometimes it's the perception that you're given to the opponent that matters. So maybe they need to bluff it a little bit more right now.
Absolutely, and I do feel in those sort of short bursts where they have managed to raise their energy, they have come out on top. So I think it's something they could certainly look to do more of as we approach the end of this second set.
He's missed that volley, but I think it was the right decision to keep serving and volleying, keep coming in. It's not the play for everybody, but for James, I think one of his strengths is his net play, so I think he needs to keep serving and volleying, get himself in. He's missed that one, but no worries. McKinley a little bit unhappy about some of the Nottingham supporters there being a little bit noisy during his second serve. How's he going to respond?
Annoyed, but that is the beauty of university tennis, isn't it? You're playing in a team, and tennis is such an individual sport. It's you, yourself and I out there, and I think that's what draws so many people to university tennis, both in the UK and the US.
100% agree. It's an individual sport, but it's nice to be part of a team and be around like-minded sort of individuals.
Is the University of Nottingham who have the first break in this second set, and they now find themselves just one game away from clinching the second doubles rubber, which would put them up by 2-0 against reigning champions University of Stirling. And boy oh boy, they do not look very happy at all. Scott, what would you be telling them?
This game, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again, basics, returns need to go in the court. Nottingham need to be playing a ball after the serve at the very least, even if it's knocked off. Missed returns aren't acceptable in this game. And from there, really it's in the hands of Nottingham. If you can get in the points, that's all you can do and all you can really ask for at this stage.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? Is it in the hands of Tom Hands?
It is, yeah. Well done. That's 3. We've got 1 more.
Okay, 1 more. I promised I'll stop.
Actually, maybe we should try and go for a record rather than capping it at 4.
Well, it really, really is. It's Tom Hands of the University of Nottingham who's serving for the second doubles rubber.
From Nottingham's perspective, again, loads of first serves, and that's what Tom's delivered there. Put first serve in, McKinley was on the return, but you're looking to win probably 70% plus of your first serve points. Not. Good decision to hit that first one. I wasn't sure if that was dropping. I'm not sure he was sure either. But in that instance, you have to hit it. He's got an error off the next ball. 3 first serves, if I'm not mistaken, so far.
I'm not sure that was the percentage play, was it, Scott? But
I mean, no, he's seen James close very tight though. James was looking for the volley going cross, and he's just nudged it line. He's kept it close to the net tape, and James just couldn't find that volley. But so far, Nottingham played a great game.
The University of Nottingham, they find themselves 40-15 up. And 2 match points. They're going with the I formation.
Where was that a love ball? Wait a second.
And again, it is sealed with a smash. They sealed the number 2 doubles with a smash, and they did exactly the same for the number 1 doubles matchup. It is the University of Nottingham who find themselves leading by 2 rubbers to 0. And what a performance, Scott.
Great performance. I'm devastated. I called Sterling to win both doubles at the start of the day. The Nottingham coach, Matt Wilt, asked me, I said, Sterling to win both doubles. I don't think I can face him right now. I'm going to have to go and hide in a corner somewhere.
Well, it certainly was a phenomenal performance from Tom Hands and his partner. They really did just play the big points well, and of course, you know, with the juice points and not having the advantages, they really were the stronger pair in that regard. Perhaps a few slightly loose points there from Moore and McKinley, especially in that first set. They had their chances. And then they missed the couple of returns late on in the first set, and just all around for me, maybe just slightly lacking in energy. But we cannot take any credit away from the Nottingham duo. They find themselves leading by 2 rubbers to 0, and this will certainly be a nice cushion for the boys as they go into their singles matchups.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. And it's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for today is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory. Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
The 114 teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here. We are underway here, end-to-end stuff, as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday. Every game, every minute, does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock.
Good morning and welcome back. And welcome back to the University of Loughborough. We have the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend going on, and right now it is the University of Nottingham who face the University of Stirling. We're rejoining this tie at 2 rubbers to 0 in favour of University of Nottingham. And it is Liam Hignet of the University of Stirling who faces Nottingham's Jamie Crawford. I'm Pippa Horn, and I'm here with none other than the legendary Scott Duncan, who himself is a former University of Stirling alumni.
Bonjour.
Here we are at 2 games all early on in this first set. It is now Jamie Crawford of the University of Nottingham to serve. He plays number 3 for the Nottingham men's first team and is also captain of the team. He's a 4th year student, 2001 born from Surrey. Says he's from Wimbledon and actually a big AFC Wimbledon fan. I caught up with him prior to the match, and his fun fact was that he was in a West End production of Goodnight Mr. Tom, where he played a child evacuee.
Oh.
Not just a pretty face, hey Scott. His opponent Liam Hignet of the University of Stirling probably going into this match with a little bit of pressure, given they're trailing by 0 rubbers to 2. What do you say, Scott?
Yeah, well, it's his first BUCS match for Stirling. Singles wise, he's obviously just played in the doubles, but he was raring to go this morning. Oh, swing and a miss. Yeah, was raring to go this morning. Was formerly on the task scheme at the University of Exeter, where he was a player coach. That sort of tries to give players a little bit of funding so they can play at the same time as helping out some of the new guys. So he's made the change to the mighty Sterling, the Sterling Squirrels, and yeah, he's doing a 4-year undergrad.
Well, that's the beauty of university tennis in the UK, isn't it? Actually, tennis costs are pretty much usually covered, and there are lots of sort of scholarships available, TAS being one of them, in which you do have opportunities to supplement your tennis with a very, very high level education. And of course in the UK we have one of the best education systems in the world, and it's a frequent pathway for players who wish to take their tennis to the next level and start playing on the ATP or WTA tours. Scott, you're one of them, competing on the ATP tour with a lot of these guys actually over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, there was a recent futures in Sunderland. Yeah, Tom Hans, Ewan Moore, Liam Hignet played. Yeah, I think Liam had a tough one first round qualies actually last week. He lost in a tight second set, but he's playing good level. He has a big game, and he'll be looking to do some damage, get his team back into it this afternoon.
Well, a few errors creeping in there from Jamie Crawford. He finds himself trailing by 2-3. And I think what we've seen so frequently with Crawford, and again in the doubles matchup early this morning, is his forehand is just so dangerous. So Hignet, I'm sure, having a conversation with his coach there and thinking, how can he keep the ball off the Crawford forehand?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a trade-off for him there, because he'll want to see as many forehands as possible as well. So it could be sort of it's whether or not he's going to go for a battle of the strengths or a battle of the weaknesses. That forehand trade, and then whoever can get the first hit in, we're indoors, it's fast, is generally speaking going to have the advantage. So right now Liam is a break up. So yeah, advantage Hignet. Lots of tennis to be played though.
Absolutely, and Crawford tells me that his favourite shot is indeed the forehand slap down the line. And
sounds menacing.
It does sound menacing, but not when you hit serves like that, and he's certainly going to want to do more of those. Not sure he had any other option, but he executed it fantastically. Both players looking pretty relaxed out here, I'd say.
Yeah, early stages in the match, they'll both still be trying to feel each other out a little bit. So I don't know how well they know each other in terms of strengths and weaknesses. But we're starting to get to the point where we're going to start to see, hopefully, somebody's tactics working a little bit better than somebody else's.
Well, what a service game. There isn't really much that Crawford could do with those serves. And I think these fast courts here at Loughborough perhaps particularly conducive to the powerful serve of Liam Hignet. Let's not speak too soon, because Crawford certainly has some power behind that slap forehand of his.
A little bit of news from the other court. At number 4 singles, we have Patrick Foley playing Rob Cowley. Patrick Foley is currently 6-2 up, but it is 3-all on serve in the second. So actually, in terms of overall score, Pippa, you're right. Liam got an awful lot to deal with in this match. He could potentially be the guy who keeps Sterling in the match if Nottingham do claim that number 4 singles.
Well, it's been the Nottingham show so far, hasn't it? 2 very tight doubles, but both clinched by Nottingham. They've got the momentum, and importantly, they're going into these singles with a cushion, which I think is so important. They can go out and they can swing freely, and they can commit. Hignet here doing very well, but perhaps looking a little bit tense. Unsurprisingly so. And this for me as well is the biggest rivalry in men's university tennis at the moment. Crawford said it in his interview earlier, Sterling are the team to beat. They are the former champions. And everyone right now will be going out with absolutely nothing to lose as they take on the Sterling team. So just to give you a little bit of background information of the tournament itself, we're here at the BUCS Teach First Tennis Super League weekend at the University of Loughborough. This is one of 2 weekends, the second being in the National Tennis Centre at Roehampton. Weekend of the 3rd and 4th of February. And the competition is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Tennis Team League, which comprises the 6 best male and female teams in the country. Bath, Nottingham, Stirling, Loughborough, Leeds, Beckett and Durham. National Premier League fixtures are typically played on regular BUCS Wednesdays, with each team playing a home and an away fixture. However, twice a year, all of the teams play 2 National League fixtures at a centralised venue, and that is exactly what this is, and of course the very first match of the season as well. So maybe a few cobwebs to brush off, but it doesn't really look like that so far for the University of Nottingham.
Great second ball off the serve, that kept it low. Crawford could only pop up the volley for the forehand pass. out. It was a great return. There was the forehand slap. Followed it in. Great volley, actually. Oof. Looked a tight one to me, but don't have the greatest angle. Chair umpire confirms that she thinks the ball was wide.
The difference this year is that the players are calling their own lines rather than the umpires, and I think actually that causes far less problems in the long run. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, agreed. The umpire obviously has a difficult job when there's no lines people. Often the players can actually see the ball better themselves, and it kind of just creates, yeah, as you say, far less problems when guys are calling their own lines. I think it's good to have the umpire there to confirm, just like that last one.
The atmosphere is tense. Nottingham trying to get beside their captain, Jamie Crawford.
Big moment on both courts here. Break point to go to break back at 4-all on court 6, and it's currently 4-all on court 5 with Rob Cowley versus Patrick Foley.
Nice
Great way to save the break point. Big serve. Now remember, if Nottingham win one of these two matches, they secure themselves a draw. At the minimum, at the least. What am I trying to say, Pippa?
Well, I knew what you were trying to say.
They've secured a draw if they win one of these two.
Yeah, worst case scenario, they secure themselves a draw. So Nottingham are going to want to get at least one of these two. Crawford just perhaps not as comfortable on the forehand return when he has to take a few steps. Loves the forehand slap in his hitting zone, and certainly coming up with some brilliant shots on the forehand wing, but struggling a little more when he has to move.
Great backhand cross, found the back edge of the line. There it is. That is his favourite shot, the backhand line. Trademark Liam Hignet. News from court 5. Patrick Foley breaks Rob Cowley at 4-all. So Nottingham are a set and a break-up serving for that match.
Oh, phenomenal pick-up there from Jamie Crawford.
Can also bring you news from Stirling women's team versus Nottingham women's team. Stirling won both doubles rubbers in that one and are currently a set down at number 4 singles and a set up on number 3 singles. That match very much in the balance.
But on court 5 it is Paddy Foley of the University of Nottingham, who is just one game away from securing a draw at the very least for his team. And if anything's going to allow his teammates to come out and swing and play freely, I think that's it. Here we are at 5 games to 4. So the University of Stirling, and it's Liam Hignet who has the chance to serve out this first set.
Very, very good second that.
And it feels to me as if Hignet is targeting the Crawford forehand, especially on those serves.
Yeah, it might be his weapon, but makes more errors, and I think that's the trade-off that Liam's looking for.
Yeah, I agree, and on these fast courts as well, you just need to sort of smallen that swing slightly on the return, and he does have quite big swings, rather, especially on his forehand wing. And I can confirm it is Nottingham who have taken the number 4 singles rubber. They lead by 3 rubbers to 0, and at the very least they have now secured themselves a draw. So the pressure is on for the University of Stirling, who are indeed the reigning champions.
First set, University of Stirling.
Well, those words just rolled off the tongue.
I've been waiting to say it for a while, so.
Yeah, and could this be the start of a supreme comeback for the University of Stirling? What they really need is to bank this, to build off of this energy. Of course, they are still trailing by 0 rubbers to 3, and the pressure's on for Liam Hignet. Perhaps a tactical toilet break there for Jamie Crawford.
Yeah, got off the court, reset. He's probably going to be informed that his team have won on the other court, which means he can sort of relax a little bit more. Yeah, I'd imagine he's just going to try and start the second set quickly, try and get on top of Liam early, and then go from there.
And what's been the story of the first set so far for you, Scott?
It's really been sort of a battle of the serves, to be honest. It's really not easy to get in points. I think Liam, to be honest, I'm surprised his favourite shot isn't his serve, because it's so effective. But even if he's not getting sort of aces from it and cheap points that way, he's able to set up the point very well. He's got an awful lot of mid-court forehands after the serve, which I think he's maybe not necessarily done everything he could with them, but he's setting the point up well, and it's sort of put him in a good place so far. If I was Crawford, I'd probably try and chip a few more returns into the court, try and get Liam hitting a backhand as his first shot, and really just trying to work yourself into the point.
And you can see that Liam just having a conversation with his coach, and his coach looking like he's signalling for him to maybe add a little bit more variety, perhaps a short chip and then a higher loopy ball. And I think again, Crawford just loves the power. He loves having the ball in his hitting zone. But as soon as you make him move a couple of steps and vary the pace a little bit, the speed, the spin, the power, and it's a bit of a different story. So I think that's what the Sterling coach wants to see slightly more of, and let's see how Jamie Crawford of Nottingham will respond.
Great shot. Smart choice there by Liam. As we were talking about just before at the change of ends there. That's something I think Crawford could do, just chip returns back into play. And Liam's done a good job there of just not letting Crawford get a cheap point on the serve. Serve. Well, can't ask for a much better first game of the second set than that. Love hold.
Absolutely, and I think that's sometimes the benefit, isn't it, of going in, taking a rest-room break, taking a few minutes just to regain that composure, having a conversation with your coach who is able to see things from a bit of a different perspective. And let's quickly talk about just the BUCS system in general. So the tennis, of course, forms just a small part of the overall BUCS leagues, which comprises over 800 leagues, 5,000 teams, and over 20,000 fixtures each year. And over 120 BUCS athletes and alumni competed in the last Olympics and Paralympics. What a stat!
Unbelievable, yeah. A lot of swimmers and stuff, track athletes, all based at universities, all come through university system.
Well, in the last Olympics, they actually won 53 Olympic medals, including 15 golds. And that was if BUCS was a country. So Adam Peaty, of course, based at Loughborough. And if BUCS was a country, there'd have been 7th on the medal table.
That's ridiculous. Well, at Sterling we have one of the, I think he's the most medalled Scottish athlete ever, I believe, in Duncan Scott. So obviously I wonder about telling people I'm Duncan Scott, I'm not Scott Duncan, so nobody believes me, obviously, but...
So you get confused for the...
It has happened, actually, yeah.
And do you promptly tell them that you do in fact have none?
Yeah, and it's generally met with sort of severe disappointment. Yeah.
That said, I do think you might have the record for the most amount of years at university. How many?
Oh, let's not go there. 8 years at uni, a 4-year undergrad, which is normal in Scotland. I'll probably point that out. A 4-year masters, on the other hand, is not normal. But yeah, I took that decision to enable me to keep playing tennis. Sterling was very good to me in terms of the tennis scholarship I was able to get. Was able to train sort of with good players, and yeah, eventually come out with a master's degree and felt I was ready to sort of play full-time tennis, which was kind of something I'd wanted to do for years. As you say, that's the beauty of it. As you say, that's the beauty of the university tennis, just allowing people to mature and sort of grow, both in terms of personal life and sort of within tennis at their own rate.
Well, it's increasingly becoming a pathway for a professional sport, not just in the Olympics, but also the Paralympics as well.
Yeah, great shot.
And university tennis in general, be it the UK or the United States, is more than ever a pathway for professional tennis. And you've got people like Joe Salisbury, who was a member of played tennis in the States, and has provided him a gateway into the world of ATP tennis, and he has a career high ranking. I think he's ranked #1 in the world. Just so impressive. He has now 5 slams to his name. Is that correct?
Sound about right, yeah. They've been racking them up recently. Shame he couldn't get it done for GB in the Davis Cup, but it was a tight one.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, wasn't it? That's won 5 major titles. 2020 Australian Open. 2021 US Open, French Open, and also the US Open in mixed doubles as well. I believe he won the Australian Open this year, if I stand corrected.
Oh, very good.
Just incredible hand there from Liam Hignet. Not sure what conversation they're having there. Crawford perhaps just telling his opponent it's too good. Cam Laurie, of course, another one. He's come through the collegiate system in the States. He attended TCU, made the semi-finals at Wimbledon this year. Top 10 ranked ATP player, and I think if anything it just goes to show that this is a pathway. People can have a full-time education. And then go on to compete at the very highest level.
Break there by Liam Hignet.
Crawford just showing a few signs of frustration there.
Yeah. Liam made sure he told Jamie about that break there at at the change of ends with a little celebration. So I'm not sure Crawford took that too kindly. So we'll see if he comes out firing in the next one.
And on the subject of university tennis, Scott, I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts about what you feel are the key differences between university in the States and university in the UK.
Well, I think the system generally is a lot bigger in the States. Just there's more schools. There's sort of D1, D2. Now I know we have that in Britain as well, but I suppose just because it's a bigger country, the standard all the way down is pretty good.
Here we go, Jamie.
And I think that we're sort of catching that. We're trying to make sort of the national league a bigger thing. Like with weekends like this, we're trying to get it on commentary, trying to get sort of the level out there. It's difficult to compete with the budget they have in the States. It's all sort of funded by basically the American football, which allows them to have such big budgets with their tennis teams and stuff like that. But yeah, there's a place for both. So you're seeing a lot of players like myself chose to go the UK university route. A lot of players are going US university and then coming to play in the UK system. So there is a place for both, and in an ideal world, sort of both can help each other out.
Absolutely, and it's increasingly becoming a pathway for college athletes who do their undergrad in the States and then come over to the UK and do their masters over here. Tom Hands, of course, of Nottingham, one of them.
You did that yourself, Pippa, did you not?
I did indeed. I attended the University of Texas at Austin and then went on to do a master's at the University of Bath, so best of both worlds.
Having been through both, what was your favourite parts of either?
Favourite parts? Ooh, tough question, putting me on the spot here. I mean, I don't think you can, like you say, I don't think you can compete with the budgets and just merely the popularity of sport in the United States. You know, we had hundreds and hundreds of supporters and a huge stadium, which unfortunately we don't quite have the facilities for yet over here, but we're well on our way.
Oof.
And I also attended university here in the UK at a time when the level probably wasn't quite as high as it is now. I'm certainly seeing that the system in general is attracting and retaining a higher level of talent since I've left, and perhaps that's not a coincidence.
I think you've been harsh to yourself there, but that's in. That's in.
That's a phenomenal shot. One of Hignet's strengths there is just the way that he can turn defense into attack, and he's done that so frequently in this match, where he's just been able to neutralize the crowfoot forehand. Very good athlete, gets behind the ball with plenty of time.
Liam seems to be really enjoying sort of playing for a team right now. Constantly looking up at his team on the balcony, who are providing him with support sort of after every point. And he seems to be giving them something to shout about, which is good.
sat right on the line. And I must admit, I do think it was just slightly wide.
Yeah, I'm slightly off this line, and it looked to be going in until the last second. If it hit, it's like marginal. I mean, these things sort of swing in roundabouts. I wouldn't think that one call is necessarily going to change sort of the outcome, but I mean, there was a tight one, break point down. Liam thought he hit an ace. Crawford made him hit a second serve. As I say, yeah, these things swing in roundabouts.
An umpire overall just then? We might have done.
Oh, did we? We might have done. From my angle, the serve did look okay, but as I said before, often the players have the best view.
That's exactly where Hignet is forcing all of those errors from Jamie Crawford. Just with power, a few steps to the forehand.
Serve, Jamie!
Another solid hold from Jamie Crawford, but still it's Sterling who are in the winning position in this rubber. But in the overall match score, they trail by 0 rubbers to 3. Now, interestingly, we caught up with all the players just prior to this match, and they told us some fun facts. Jamie Crawford said that he's one of only 10,000 children born in the 21st century who's been followed their whole life for scientific research, recording all sorts of things from interests and hobbies to IQ. What is that?
That has to be nonsense. We have to be heard on there.
He's in his 4th year at Nottingham. He's just completed his undergrad, BSc in management, and he's just started a master's in international relations. Liam Hignet, on the other hand, was a coach at the University of Exeter before starting his undergrad studies. Biggest win of his career is supposedly his teammate, Ewan Moore.
Yeah, I think that came about 3 weeks ago. He doesn't love a bit of in-team rivalry.
In-team rivalry, exactly, and he says his long-term goal is to get an ATP singles ranking.
There it is, back in line again. Favourite shot.
The back behind is just so effective on these fast courts as well, isn't it? really careful there that he wasn't going to hit the net.
Yeah.
I thought for a second he might do.
I hit the brakes hard. Oh! And Gary Neville come out again there. Wow, that was a great shot. Interestingly, yeah, Liam has been sort of looking up at the team, and he did say that his favourite part of uni was actually sort of the camaraderie and playing as a team. It's something he clearly likes. He does play Summer County Week. There's County. I have seen videos of him celebrating like a madman, but he seems to really enjoy that team atmosphere.
Well, I think that's the beauty of university tennis, isn't it? You do have your teammates out there supporting you and willing you on from the balconies.
Really nice backhand from Crawford there.
Great backhand. But tennis is such an individual sport, and Scott, I'm sure you'll know better than anyone. The tour is a lonely place.
Yeah, it can be. It's sort of constant hotel rooms. Hopefully you can find somebody to travel with. Me now, I generally speaking play doubles most weeks as well. Probably more so doubles than singles now. So I have somebody to travel with generally, and it does make a massive difference when there's somebody else sort of there. You can have a little bit of banter and stuff like that. But sometimes playing and traveling on your own can be very, very draining. So yeah, it's nice to be part of a team, and that's what I liked. I'm assuming you did as well about team tennis. Sometimes it actually probably was to the detriment of my tennis because I wanted to win for the team so badly, and I feel like sometimes I then didn't perform. But I suppose that's a challenge in itself.
Well, certainly you're playing not just for you, but for your teammates, for your coaches, and that definitely adds a different pressure. And some people thrive in that environment, and some people find it all too pressurizing. But I think it's certainly something that you get used to as the years go on, don't you? And
yeah, 100%. It took me 8 of them. Oh, that was cheeky. I don't think that. No, wide.
Just wide, I thought.
I don't think that would have gone down well.
Hignet having a little smile there. He didn't win the point, but perhaps something to be said for, just having a little play around every now and then and bringing a smile to your face, especially in these tense environments.
Yeah, you got to have some fun out there. At the end of the day, if you're not having fun playing tennis, probably won't be playing.
Well, that's exactly it.
Lucky Sab. Here we go, Sab.
Unless you're Nick Kyrgios, obviously.
So, just to recap, for those who are very recently joining us, you're watching the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at the University of Loughborough. competition is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Team League, which comprises the 6 best male and female teams in the country. And this is one of 2 weekends where the teams meet at a centralised venue and play 2 fixtures over the course of the weekend, where they're competing for those all-important BUCS points. And it is the University of Stirling who find themselves leading by 1-0 and 4 games to 3. Liam Hignet this side of the net, serving for a 5-3 lead. Very close call there. From my angle, it did look just slightly long. Unfortunately, no Hawkeye to confirm the call. The call stands. And again, with the back behind, just so effective.
Go, Jamie. Here we go, Jamie. Come on, pal. Nice, Jamie. Great serve, Jamie.
Very solid serve there from Jamie Crawford. Again, another shot that just really is very effective on these high bouncing courts. The spin serve, especially against a one-hander.
Oh, that's so good, mate.
But what Crawford does so well on his serves is he mixes up the pace, the speed, and the spin, and leaves his opponent guessing. Doesn't know what he's about to receive. Hold to love for Jamie Crawford. It is now in the hands of Liam Hignet from the University of Stirling, who's just 1 game away from putting his team on the board. Just to give you a little bit of insight on the format of this event, each team is made up of 4 players, each playing a singles ranked 1 to 4 and 2 doubles rubbers. To determine the match score, the winner of each doubles rubber shall receive 2 points, and the winner of each singles rubber also receives 2 points. And then on the overall BUCS tables, this means if they win, they get 3 points, and if they draw, they get 1 point. And for anyone interested, our university tennis Twitter channel is at BritUniTennis. We sadly don't have an Instagram version, but do tag us on Twitter.
Come on, pal, come on.
And our official BUCS Twitter is at BUCS Sport. Please do hashtag BUCS Tennis if you are going to do a post.
Come on, pal. Great first point. Great.
And yet again, Liam Hignet with a perfectly placed first serve. Not often actually we see that wide serve from Hignet. He seems to favour the tee serve on the ad court. Certainly not a bad idea to change it up every now and then. Now Sterling just 2 points away from getting on the board for the first time this season. Scott, I can see you looking at me with a look of disgust.
No, I'm disgusted in my own commentary right now. I'm sitting here 2 points away, a little bit nervous for Liam. It's going to go out swinging.
Was that out? Do we think that was out?
For me, I think that was out, yeah.
Well, you have a better view than I do. I'm not quite sure what that celebration was there, but Liam Hignet obviously very happy to put his team on the board for the first time this season. And it is the University of Stirling who sealed the victory. However, they still find themselves trailing by 1 rubber to 3. There is lots of work to be done. And Scott, talk us through your thoughts on this match.
Sorry, I can't quite get that celebration out of my head right now. I think that was supposed to be a squirrel. just let me process that one, and then I'll get back to you. No, I think Liam's played a professional match there. He's kept his serve. It's all you can really ask. He's got a big weapon in that serve. He's dictated a lot of the points from there. And he's really just hung around and waited for his chance, and he got one chance in each set, and he took it.
Well, for me, it was all about how he managed to so effectively neutralise the Crawford forehand as well, which we know is a huge weapon and when the crowfoot forehand is on, it is on. And Hignet just didn't really let him take control with that forehand, and I think for me that was what was so impressive. And then, like you say, just sealing the big points with big serves, very accurately placed first serves. Really kept his composure, kept level-headed, and that's what got him the victory. So we're going to be catching up with Liam Hignet in just a second, and after that we will have the #1 singles, where Tom Hands of the University of Nottingham will take on Ewan Moore.
Hello again. We're here with Liam Hignet from the University of Stirling, who's just secured Stirling's first points of the match. Liam, it was your debut for Stirling today. How were you feeling before the match? Talk us through it.
Bit of nervous excitement, really. I've been waiting for this day for a while since I committed to coming. So I love the team environment that you get here, and it was great to eventually get out.
Yeah, it seemed like you really enjoyed the team atmosphere. I saw you sort of giving a big fist pump to the guys on the balcony. They were giving you a lot of support. How does that sort of make a difference to you in terms of playing in an individual tournament and now playing with a team?
Just helps with the mental side of it. Just helps you stay more positive because you're not just doing it for yourself. You're doing it for everyone else in the team, coaches, players, whoever it is. So yeah, it really just helps me to keep level-headed. I think sometimes when I play individually, I might get a little bit too negative. So I think the encouragement and support.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, it just helps out.
Yeah, sure. Nice. We would like to ask you what that celebration was.
I've been promising I'd do it when I got the first win for Stirling. It's meant to be a squirrel because we are the Stirling Squirrels.
We are the Stirling Squirrels, yeah. I did think that.
Yeah.
Pippa wasn't so sure. But
no, I can understand
she doesn't think you can go into acting.
No, well, hopefully not. Hopefully it'll be a bit more tennis-based. But I thought I did a good job of it. But obviously from an outsider's point of view, you wouldn't know what on earth was going on. So.
All right, final question before we let you go. Any predictions on these? Ewan Moore is currently going on to play Tom Hands on court 6. Yeah. James McKinley is 3-2 up against Nottingham's number 2.
I think this surface suits James pretty well. When the ball's sitting up, he can flatten off and get to the net like he does. So I'd like to back him on that one. I haven't seen too much of the Nottingham lad, but I've got to back my teammate there, and I'm going to have to back Ewan as well. He's been on some great form in the last couple of futures events, so let's hope he can bring it into here and get us the draw.
Great stuff. Liam, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Nice, Tom. Nice, Tom. Well, buddy.
Good afternoon. You're watching the BUCS Super League weekend event, which sees the top 6 universities in the nation battle it out for those all-important BUCS points. My name is Pippa Horn, and I'm here with the legendary Scott Duncan.
Hello, hello.
And here on court 6, we have the Nottingham versus Stirling tie, and it is the University of Nottingham who lead by 3 rubbers to 1. And it's Tom Hands for the University of Nottingham, who takes on Ewan Moore of the University of Stirling. And of course, for those of you who don't know, university tennis fixtures usually happen on Wednesdays, known as BUCS Wednesdays, but twice a year we have the top 6 universities in the UK coming together at a centralised venue to play 2 fixtures over the course of the weekend. This, of course, being the first. And it's Ewan Moore of the University of Stirling, who is down the other side of the net serving. He's 24-year-old, second year, and he's certainly a player to watch this season. He achieved a career high ranking of 949 in the world. And a junior ITF World Singles ranking of 44 in the world. He competed in the Junior Grand Slams, reaching the round of 32 at Junior Wimbledon, and earned his first career ATP point in Latvia. Fun fact is that he shot -7 on Wii Golf, first time playing. What are your thoughts on that, Scott?
Don't buy it, to be honest with you. He's a notorious liar, especially about things like Wii Golf.
And his opponent, Tom Hands of Nottingham. He's a master's student at Nottingham, did his undergrad in America at the University of Drake, and is currently world ranked in both singles and doubles. Pretty even so far, Scott. What are your predictions going into this match?
Yeah, it's pretty even so far. These guys have played each other a couple of times already this year. I suppose with so much at stake in terms of this match could potentially decide the outcome of the match overall. Probably both just going to try and keep it tight first few games and go from there. They have played each other, as I said, twice already this year. The first time was in Sheffield, I believe, at week 2 UK Pro League. Ewan Moore winning that one in a match tiebreak 10-4. The second time is in August this year at a Futures in Roehampton, outdoor hard. And Ewan won that 4 and 5, so he's 2 up head to head this year. But all that really means nothing. It's all down to this one.
Well, this is the first match of the season, so I think both players perhaps shaking off a few cobwebs, but obviously they'll have been active in their off-season. Both competing on the ATP Tour, both ranked, I believe.
I believe so, yeah. I think Tom has ITF singles points. I don't believe he has ATP points at the moment, but has done in the past. I believe he was career high around about 1300. So yeah, had a few points, and is certainly good enough to get them again.
On that backhand there, Moore tried to hit it just a little bit too far in front of him, perhaps could have moved his feet slightly more.
Yeah, sorry about that, Pip. I was distracted by Stirling Uni reject, Rui Fraser. He's transferred for a massive fee of £0 to Durham this year. So he'll be in charge of the girls later on after this match is finished.
Well, I did catch up with the players prior to the match, and according to Ewan Moore, his biggest university rival is, in fact, Rui Fraser. So let's see how that pans out.
Yeah. I think Ruser will be delighted with that one.
So far, so good for the University of Stirling. They lead by 3 games to 2 early on in this first set. And on the other court, court 5, we have the University of Nottingham, who are leading by 1 set to love and 1 game to love. So just 1 set away from taking this tie against the University of Stirling. And what a win it would be for them. Reigning champions and the ones to beat this season. But James McKinley is putting up an incredibly good fight. Forehand cross-court passing shot winner there from McKinley, and he's certainly showing no signs of giving up.
Two forehands just inside the line.
I stand corrected, it's the University of Nottingham who lead by 3 games to 2. Still on serve though, early on in this first set.
feeling that injured oblique there. Struggled with a little bit of injury last week playing the Futures in Sunderland. Might have to just take that serve down a notch.
First break of the match goes to Tom Hands of the University of Nottingham. Perhaps slightly to do with Ewan's injury, maybe taking a little bit of pace off his serve. Just allowing Tom to neutralise that return slightly more than he perhaps usually would. And it's 4-2 Nottingham. Not the biggest serve in the world, but very, very well placed. And that's really all you need on these courts as well, just a little bit faster than most other indoor courts, I would say. What do you think, Scott? Obviously the ones at Stirling I do recall being incredibly fast.
They've actually been resurfaced now. They are incredibly slow.
Well, forget I said that.
No, they used to be lightning, and yeah, I think they overcorrected and went to ultra slow. So now it's quite a big home advantage for Stirling. I believe they host Nottingham in the return leg.
A lucky shot there from Tom Hands, but let's talk a little bit about Ewan Moore. He's certainly a standout this season. And in previous years he's won the BUCS Individuals Championship, which is the pinnacle of the BUCS Individuals League.
Nice, really good, buddy.
Describes his game style as a hit and hope. I'm not sure about that. Looks like there's a lot more strategy to me.
Yeah, it's one I think he's been working on. He has tremendous power at his disposal, but I know that coach Scott McCauley at Stirling has been sort of trying to rein that in a little bit and get him to use his physicality, because he's incredibly quick, incredibly fit, and he's just almost trying to make the points a little bit longer and try to bring that into play, whereas a lot of the time Ewan wants to hit big and get the points done early, but sometimes that's not going to get it done, especially when you're maybe not quite feeling at your best. So it's going to be interesting to see what he tries to do out here.
His favourite surface, Sterling indoors. So I wonder whether that's pre-resurface or post-resurface.
That's got to be post-resurface, I think. Sounds to me like he's calling out the entire league there. He said, come beat me at Sterling. The arrogance. Have to rate it. Oh, that's a scandal. Wow. Yeah. Just got a cheeky little wink there from Ewan on the court.
Well, I think that is what is so outstanding about his game. He describes his game style as hit and hope, but I would describe it as a very solid all-rounder. He can do anything. He has an answer for whatever is thrown at him, whether it's turning defense into attack or whether it's those short little touch volleys. I think I spoke too soon there.
The curse of the commentator's been rough today. Oof. Sorry, that's a reaction to court number 5. Tight call. I think it was the correct call though.
And it is the University of Nottingham who are running away just slightly with this first set. Tom Hand with a 5-2 lead. And just to give you a quick overview of the University of Nottingham, they're captained by Jamie Crawford, who unfortunately wasn't successful in his singles earlier today, but they ranked second in the BUCS tennis rankings in 2019-2020. And fun fact, had more teams reach the BUCS Cup finals than any other institution in the UK. Their team, of course, made up of Tom Hands at 1, Caleb Chakravarti at 2, Jamie Crawford at 3, and Patrick Foley at 4, who claimed victory in the number 4 singles lineup. They're coached by Andy Hyam and Matt Wiltz. And there is absolutely all to play for. Sorry, getting a little bit distracted there by James McKinley, who seems to be letting out his frustrations, to say the least. But Nottingham have never won the BUCS trophy. They were promoted in the National League, into the National League rather 2 years ago. Made the finals last year, but never won it. Could this be their year, Scott?
By the looks of it, it could be. There's a long way to go in terms of the league. Obviously, the championship is a knockout, so really anything can happen. But by the looks of it, they're looking very good this year.
Season is there, or pre-season for these guys? Obviously this is the first match for all of the teams, but will they have been spending the last few weeks practicing, training?
I would imagine so. Certainly from my own experience, being based at Stirling, I know the guys are in sort of 5 days a week training, and a lot of them right now are playing individual tournaments. So as we mentioned earlier, like there's a lot of futures going on in Britain this year. So James McKinley, Liam Hignet, Tom Hands, Ewan Moore, all been sort of playing those events. So they're out and about. There's British tours, there's UK Pro Leagues. There's a lot of competition outside of university tennis, so that that sort of supplements everything. So yeah, I think there will be a lot of sort of pre-season stuff going on. Nice hands. Nice hands not by Tom Hands that time. Very sorry guys, it's there.
That forehand error there. Haven't been too many of those so far this set, and perhaps why he finds himself in a winning position. 5-3 up. And Scott, again, we said this morning with you and more, but it just looks to me as if he's slightly flat, and I wonder, is he tired? He's played a lot of tennis over the last few weeks. He's carrying a slight ab strain, maybe he's just not quite fully fit at the moment.
Possible. As you said, he's played a lot of tennis. So has Tom as well. It's just difficult to play week after week after week. But I think, generally speaking, this is how Ewan sort of is on the court. It almost lulls you into a false sense of security sometimes. And then stuff like this can happen. He's got a little half chance.
Well, it's a fine balance, isn't it? You know, it's a trade-off between having high energy, but then also getting too excited and you know, looking too far ahead, too far into the future. It's all about staying present and staying in the moment. just clipped the back edge of the line.
That's generous for me.
If in doubt, call it out, hey? Especially if you're a Sterling fan.
That's your rule, not mine. As you say, it's the balance there, and for me, Moore up the far end just a little bit too passive on that one.
Yeah, I agree. Passive, but also missing more than I think Ewan usually would. And there it is, game and first set. 6-2 to the University of Nottingham. And is it the fact that Nottingham have that slight cushion, allowing Tom Hands to go out and play freely and hit? Here on court 5, it's also a similar situation. It is the Nottingham show. Setting 4-1 up on court 5. Ewan Moore there just taking a quick stroll. Scott, what's the coach going to be saying to Ewan in this situation? You know, he's come out, he's a little bit flat, he's making a few more errors than he usually would.
You're dropped.
Is that what Coach Duncan would say?
No, that's just what happened to me. No, he's just going to be saying hang in there. Tom's played a good set. Yeah, I don't think Ewan's been at his best. So I think he's probably got to focus inwards just now. Try and start the set well, hold his serve. Probably look to try and be a little bit more aggressive. I know we've spoke about that trade-off, but I think maybe just being a little too passive in his play, especially with the power he possesses and the sort of attacking game that he possesses inside on these courts. And just try not to get on top of himself, try and stay level-headed.
Again, it's also not an easy position for Tom Hands to be in. He's never beaten his opponent. They're two very strong rivals. And he finds himself in a winning position, but he's going to have to play another good set.
Not the ideal start. 2 doubles in this game. Missed forehand. As we've discussed already, it's sometimes very difficult playing as part of a team as well. It does bring its own challenges as well as sort of the camaraderie and stuff that comes with it, and the positive side. It's sometimes difficult to perform under the pressure.
Absolutely, and I think that's what Tom is doing so well. You know, he's just going out there. He's not doing anything particularly special, but he's just making his opponent play and perhaps just forcing the errors there from you and Moore couple in that last game there.
Yeah.
Just so important, isn't it, in the beginning of a set to come out and to just establish yourself, put the pressure on, keep your opponent honest, especially when you've got the momentum from the first set. Someone will be coming out here and thinking, how can he build on that?
Difficult to get yourself into matches as well, like playing side by side with a teammate. If one of you is losing, it's sometimes just a little bit of a sap on the energy levels. Whereas on the flip side, Nottingham setting 4-1 up. Tom knows that he can play freely. They're both given a lot of energy, so it kind of works both ways. Unfortunately for Sterling, right now it's just not going in their favour.
Brilliant disguise on that. Made it look like he was going to go hard cross, hard line, and then last minute just changed his grip. Hit a drop shot. Certainly wasn't what Moore was expecting. Good lead there from Tom Hands. Do you feel like he's just running away with it a little bit?
Yep, it does feel that way at the moment.
That's more like it from you and Moore. hold of serve there from Ewan Moore, and a pretty convincing one at that. It's Nottingham, though, that find themselves leading by 1 set to love and 2 games to 1. And let's just talk quickly about university tennis in general, and events such as these form part of the selection process for international events, such as the BNP Paribas World University Games. And Alistair Hyam, who I'm sure is watching back home, is the captain and coach over the years. And we've had some great players in the team, including Johnny O'Mara, Maya Lumsden, going to do some fantastic things on the WTA and ATP tours, respectively. Scott Duncan, also part of the team.
Wow. Yeah, nice to be mentioned with those two. But yeah, it was a great event. Yeah, knockout matches. You play against teams like China, USA. A lot of good players have played it. There's a girl who played for the States who is now, I believe she's top 20 WTA doubles. I'd love it if I could tell you her name, because it's just slipped my mind, but it will come back to me. Nope, but that's another one. Binya Shabahari.
Yeah.
If I pronounced that correctly.
Goes to show, doesn't it, the standard of university tennis in the UK. Both of these guys either formerly or currently ATP ranked. And I think the level is only getting better and better. Alistair, the university tennis manager, doing a phenomenal job of recruiting tennis players at the highest level to university in the UK.
Ewan at the moment. Ewan just can't seem to get a foothold in some of these points. It was a great return he hit. Chipped it within a foot of the baseline, but Tom staying on the baseline and not letting him in.
So impressive about Tom Hands is the way that he manages to maintain his position on the baseline. Those are not easy shots to hit.
Nope.
And he's holding his position, taking time away from his opponent. And even Ewan Moore, who's one of the fastest and most athletic players in the BUCS system, is frankly not able to get a hold on any of his counter-punching shots.
Just been informed Danielle Collins didn't even get in the singles lineup to play against GB Unis. That's how good the standard is. Well played, Ewan Moore.
And definitely some other standouts in the UK university system as well. We've got Lloyd Glasspool, who's a top 20 doubles player. We've got Olivia Nichols, who of course played for the University of Loughborough. She's now top 100 in the world in doubles. great about the university system is that there are so many opportunities to play tennis. Obviously, you've got the BNP Paribas and the World University Games at the highest level, but you've also got a 10-week league and the opportunity to play so many tennis matches. And the league runs from October to March, with a team competition and an individual competition at the end. And of course, standouts will be selected for the international fixtures as well.
Oh, what a point.
Wow.
What a point. Tom Hans won't be doing himself any disservice right now with this performance.
Yeah, Tom just shadowing a backhand there. I think he felt he could maybe do slightly more with that backhand put away, but all credit to Ewan Moore for that phenomenal defense.
Great length. Great length from you, great sportsmanship by Tom. It was a close call.
Still a lead though for Nottingham. 3 games to 2. A few signs of frustration there from Tom. Perhaps felt like he had a few chances. But let's turn our attention to court 5, where Nottingham are a set up and lead by 5 games to 2.
Just gone 5 games to 3. Nottingham about to serve for the match. Dum dum dum.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly on. Been such a common play for Tom Hans. I wonder if that's what his coach is telling him. Can he get to the net? He seems to be doing everything to get to the net.
That's a sensible play. Generally speaking, on these courts, the one who's more attacking is going to have more success.
And I think it all comes down to the serve, doesn't it? You know, how many free points, especially in the men's game, because they do have the addition of, you know, that little bit of power. How many aces, service winners or errors can you force on that first serve? And especially on these courts that are so quick.
lovely rhythm to that serve right now. Doesn't look like he's going to miss one.
First time though that we've seen Ewan Moore just catch that backhand a little bit too far in front of him. Missed a few on that backhand wing, especially when he's taken a few steps to the right, left rather. Very easy mistake to make though, isn't it? Especially when you're feeling a little bit anxious, just to take the ball a little too far in front of you. From Tom Hands.
Match point saved on court 5.
Very, very solid return from Tom Hands, just within a few inches of the baseline, and Moore unable to time his backhand. On court 5, it is match point to Nottingham. This point, and they clinch the tie. Scott, you've got your head in your hands.
You know, it's just tough to watch when you bleed green.
This isn't the attitude of an unbiased commentator. Defeated the reigning champions, University of Stirling. But still, the matches continue, and I wonder what effect that will have on Ewan Moore. Is he going to come out and play more freely, or is he just going to want to get off the court?
Well, the thing is now that actually it can come down to sort of matches won and lost at the end of the season, so it's important that I suppose he keeps a good attitude and tries to keep hustling, really.
And what we can't forget as well is this is the first match of the season, so there are going to be, you know, a few cobwebs here and there that both teams, all teams here are brushing off, and Sterling can't let that affect them. Yeah, just wide there from Ewan Moore. Pretty convincing so far, this match.
It has been, actually, yeah.
What are your thoughts? It's been the Tom Hands show so
it has
far.
been. He's not done a whole lot wrong. He's been rushing Ewan, trying to play very, very aggressively. He's serving very well. Yeah, it's just been one of those performances where you kind of say too good at this point. It's looking like my prediction at the start of the day is going to be horribly wrong.
I think I'm going to have to stop asking you about your
Yeah.
predictions.
Yeah, or whatever I say, the opposite will happen. That said, match isn't over yet. Good take out there.
Yeah, that's what's
Awkward
been
ball.
so effective. Not an easy shot to hit as well, that smash. More often than not, we do see those flying here, there and everywhere, but especially in my matches.
Again, you're doing yourself a disservice there. Yeah, he's shown no hesitation to come forward, which is really good to see, actually. Nice positive tennis. All, I believe. Two points away. Potentially routing Sterling.
Here it is, match point to the University of Nottingham.
Oof. I thought that was it for a minute.
That slightly wide, and I do find one of the hardest things to do in a tennis match is to close it out.
Comes forward, forces the error from Moore's backhand.
background who were supporting him, and it is the University of Nottingham who clinched by five rubbers to 1. And Tom Hands just doing very, very little wrong there. Went heavy to the backhand, forcing the error from his opponent Ewan Moore on numerous occasions. Took control, tried to come to the net as much as he could, and didn't really do much wrong with his first serve there. Scott, what do you say?
No, he didn't. He's played a very, very good match. Ewan's not an easy player to beat, and he's done it in quite some style, to be honest. Yeah, very impressive tennis. If he keeps that sort of form for the rest of the season, Nottingham are going to be a very, very difficult team to beat.
Absolutely, and in just a few moments we'll be catching up with Tom Hands before taking a quick break and seeing some of the action on the women's side, where the University of Loughborough, reigning champions, will be taking on the University of Bath. And you might bleed green, Scott, but I bleed blue. Team Bath all the way.
Yeah, some more unbiased commentary coming, love it.
So we are here with Tom Hands in the commentary box. He just defeated Sterling's #1 player, Ewan Moore, for what I think is the first time you've ever defeated him. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I've played him 3 times now, including if you include the first one in college. Each one's been a battle, and but I haven't been able to get it done. But yeah, I managed to get over the line today. I know he's suffering a little bit, but so pinch of salt with that. But still a really good player, and he put up a good fight.
Well, certainly don't take any credit away from yourself. From where we were sat, it was a brilliant performance, and you didn't put a whole lot wrong. We were actually trying to work out sort of what were your tactics going into the game. We felt like you were trying to attack the backhand corner, definitely come in a bit and put some pressure on with your first serve, but I want to hear it from you yourself.
I like my patterns of play. I think the slice wide and then backhand cross court is a popular one for me. And serving, if I get into a rhythm serving, I can often hit my spots quite well. I think my first serve percentage there was pretty good, managing to serve my way out of some tricky situations. I know just from playing him the last few times, that his backhand is also his slightly stronger side. So bearing that in mind, I think we had quite a few forehand cross-court rallies. He was going to my forehand and I was going right back at his. So yeah, but honestly, just trying to stay calm and loose, and yeah, just hitting the ball as well as I can. And if my tennis is good enough, often I can get it done. And today seemed to be one of those days. So
absolutely. Well, you look like you were in sublime form. And quick question, so you are a graduate of the University of Drake in the States,
yep.
So you've come through the collegiate system in the United States. You are now doing a master's degree at the University of Nottingham.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say are kind of the key differences between the two university systems?
I think in the UK it's much more, it's on the athlete to really push themselves. I think in America it's very put on for you. You're expected to set up training, and the class schedules and that work around you to some degree, whereas in the UK it's a lot more the tennis fits around, or the sport fits around the classes. But that said, like particularly where I am at the University of Nottingham, it's I think the facilities are as good as any you get out there in the States. So very lucky to have that at my disposal. And then other than that, like in terms of the atmosphere in here, it's been great. It's been great to play in that team atmosphere again. I wouldn't say there's too much difference in terms of the level. The only thing I would say is that the US is a bit bigger, so the level isn't necessarily better over there, but it's just deeper. You've got more variety of players to play against.
Well, it's the budget, isn't it? And I suppose there's no substitute for, you know, playing in stadiums of hundreds and hundreds of people. Great. And final question. So you are at the University of Nottingham, of course. You have never won the BUCS trophy. Come close on a number of occasions, last year in particular. What are your goals coming into the season? Is it to win it? Are you know?
Oh, 100%. I think if you're not setting out to win, you're not setting out with the right sort of goals in mind. But I think tennis is a very process-oriented sport. You've got to really think about the process as much as you can, because if you think about winning, suddenly everything gets a bit tense and you tighten up. And so yeah, absolutely the goal is to win it, but not really thinking about that. Just going to think about each match as it comes and how can we as a team perform best in each of those situations and each of those matches.
Well, you certainly did that today. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks, Pippa.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday. Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now, Tom Hitchcock crashes, Tom Hitchcock goes, Tom Hitchcock scores!
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Edinburgh Bobbies with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Hignet, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. But Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck with determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
The 114 teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here, end-to-end stuff, as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
Finds it in and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around, absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, and we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock scores.
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try of the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Ellen Bobby's with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartley, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Hignet, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. That Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Bell coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck with determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend. I'm Pippa Horn and I'm here with Scott Duncan.
Hello there.
We'll be taking you through all of the action live on Court 6 here at Loughborough University. We have some action on the women's side. This morning, of course, we saw the University of Nottingham defeat reigning champions, University of Stirling. And this afternoon, we have Durham versus Loughborough. Loughborough, again, reigning champions. But unfortunately, they've lost their top 3 players. They do currently find themselves trailing by 1 set to love. But it wasn't plain sailing. 7-6 in the first set, and another battle going on court 5 as well. So, Scott, what are you hoping to see from this match?
Well, we'd love a bit of arguing, wouldn't we? It always makes for good entertainment. Hoping to see some good tennis. It's had a good first set. Durham narrowly edging out. I believe Loughborough are a set up on court 5. So yeah, it's shaping up like it's going to be a pretty tasty match. And yeah, we'll see if that continues into the singles.
Well, we have Shura Poppe and Sarah Tsukamoto of the University of Durham versus Phoebe Southers and Abby Taylor of Loughborough. And a bit of background information on Durham. They haven't won in recent seasons, but they have come very close. They're coached by Adam Barraclough,
yeah.
Adam Barraclough and Rory Fraser with a Z. I've been told to pronounce that correctly. And they train early mornings at David Lloyd's Sunderland 3 times a week, and a 5:30 a.m. wake up. Oof, what do you think about that?
Horrendous. Not a morning person. Not a morning person. Yeah, in Stirling it's roughly the same. Well, not roughly the same. It's 8 a.m. practice. But yeah, 5:30 wake up's pretty horrendous. Yeah, not for me.
And their team consists of Diane Halfie, Sarah Tsukamoto, Camille Townsend, and Shura Poppe, who is this side of the net and kicking off the second set serving. They're all new except for Diane Halfie, so their first ever BUCS League match. Shaking off a few cobwebs, I think. A little bit of a shaky start from Durham. Both girls on court today coming from the collegiate system in the US. There from Sarah Tsukamoto. She played at UC Davis, mega solid, mega steady. And Shura played at Tulsa, won conference while she was there, so pretty successful collegiate career from the Netherlands. And doing a master's at Durham University. Well, it was the right shot, wasn't it? Her opponent, Abby Taylor, just made a slightly premature move. great to see, Scott, is that the girls, you know, they're out here smiling, they're having so much fun. And that's what it's all about, really.
Yeah, it is. It's important that everybody sort of keeps enjoying their tennis, especially, as you say, these two girls from Durham have come back from the collegiate system in the States. It's good to see that they're still sort of enjoying their tennis and want to sort of keep playing tennis now within the UK university system.
Absolutely, and it's a great pathway as well for professional tennis. We're increasingly seeing players come through both the US and UK systems and go on to then become pro. Scott being one of them.
Yeah, playing a few futures events now. Trying to play full time after finishing uni. It's yeah, it's been good fun.
Well, a solid start to the second set there from the University of Durham, and it is all action on court 5 as well. It is 1 set all, and they're playing a third set tiebreak. And for those of you who are just joining, this is the BUCS Tennis Super League event, which sees the top 6 universities in the nation battle it out for those all-important BUCS points. The National Premier League fixtures are typically played on BUCS Wednesdays, with each team playing 1 home and 1 away fixture. But twice a year they meet at a centralised venue to play 2 matches over the course of the weekend. Each team is made up of 4 players, each playing a singles ranked 1 to 4 and 2 doubles rubbers. And to determine the match score, the winner of each doubles rubber receives 2 points, as does the winner of each singles rubber. Jeez, getting my words mixed up. Of course, reigning champions. Defending champs, won the league and the cup last year, so they did the double. Taylor perhaps just having a little bit of trouble with her serve there.
Loughborough want to make sure they keep it tight. Start of this second. Don't want to let Durham run away with the match.
very easy, isn't it, just to take your foot off the gas for a little bit. But equally, it's just as easy for their opponents to do the same after they feel like they've perhaps got the cushion, won the first set. I know I was always guilty of that, winning the first set and then losing the first 3 games of the second set in about 3 minutes flat.
I think it is actually statistically the easiest time to get broken, just after you've won a set. I suppose it's only natural to switch off a little bit. I think, yeah, I suppose that's what makes the best players the best. They're able to focus no matter sort of what the score and what the situation is.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Tennis is all about how you can play those big points at such small margins. And it is game, set and match to the University of Durham over on court 5. They have clinched the first rubber of the first doubles. And that's a new pairing as well, so the Durham team is pretty much all a new team, apart from I think one player, Diane Palfrey. So kicking off their first ever BUCS match with a win, that must feel good. It certainly puts the pressure on Loughborough to win this second doubles rubber.
Do you remember your first BUCS match, Pippa?
I was actually just thinking this. I think I do. And I remember playing at home, having a set and 5-2 lead. And I think I did manage to claim the victory about 7-6 in the third, but it took a lot longer than it should have. Just trying to do the right things today. Abby Taylor looking for the volley, the interception at the net. Perhaps needing to just close in slightly more. A bit more aggressive with her positioning, but definitely looking to do the right things.
Yeah, it can sometimes be quite a difficult thing to do to move forward. You've got to really have your hands ready for the fast one coming at you, but also, especially in the women's game, it leaves an awful lot of space sort of above your head, and the lobs are a real tactic used in women's doubles quite well, very successfully. So it's sort of a trade-off. You've got to be able to read the game very well to understand when you can close and when it's better not to.
Perfect shot. She saw Taylor just inching a little bit to the right and executed with the down the line. And that's the thing, it doesn't always have to be the hardest shot in the world. That was just pure accuracy, purely reading the game and anticipating what her opponent was going to do. And certainly for me, the Durham girls have raised their game. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree. They've started the set very well. It was a little bit of a slack game by Loughborough, a few loose shots. But credit to Durham, they've done everything they needed to do, and they've got themselves a 3-love lead.
And perhaps there's something to be said as well for the number 2 pairing also getting the victory. You know, they can now go out, they've got 1 rubber under their belt, they can relax, they can hit freely, they can commit to their shots. And I'm sure there are, you know, a few cobwebs here and there. This is their first ever BUCS match. Obviously they've come through the university system in the States, so they are very experienced college players, but you know, this whole environment will be new to them.
Yeah, it's getting used to each other as partners as well, knowing sort of what your partner is going to do, and it's quite important to understanding, for example, your positioning at the net. So there will be a bit of obviously trying to figure out their opponents, but also sort of what their partner's doing. So yeah, it looks like they're starting to find that level.
And not just sort of on the court and from a tactical perspective, but another very important element of doubles that certainly my old coach used to talk about is reading your partner's emotions as well. You know, how to bring them up, how to bring them down sometimes. You know, when they're getting too ahead of themselves, how to sort of G them up when they need a little bit more energy. It's so important.
Oh, lovely.
Sorry, correction, we've been fed some false information. It was Loughborough rather than Durham who got the victory over on court 5, so it's Loughborough with the first rubber.
Just saw somebody get hit in the face out there on court 7.
Yeah, great serve there from the University of Loughborough. And that's Loughborough's number 2, Phoebe Southers, there serving, who was part of the cup-winning team last year. And she also won a decisive shootout in the cup victory against Nottingham. So she certainly knows how to play under pressure. They've historically had such a strong team, haven't they? They have some very prestigious alumni, Olivia Nichols being one of them. who's now top 100 doubles player. Lloyd Glassball on the men's side, so they're certainly not short of players.
Oof.
Closer than it needed to be.
Yeah. Great cross, great to take the first one. Yeah, maybe just caught the next one a little bit earlier than she'd thought. But the ball was in, it counts.
It does, and it's Durham who is setting Forlov up. Correct. Oof. I think that was almost a bluff there from Durham.
Well, she was going for target practice there. Yeah, that counts, yeah. Great hands. Shows the importance of not turning away when the ball's hit at you, even if it's close to the net.
Exactly. Phoebe Southers will be just a little bit disappointed with that smash there. Definitely felt like she could have perhaps placed it slightly better than she did, but all credit to the Durham duo for their defense.
Yeah, they're very, very solid from the baseline, aren't they? Very patient, allowing each other sort of to get involved at the net. Seems to be doing the job for them so far. Great serve.
Well, it is now Durham who lead by 4 games to 1. And let's talk quickly about some of the these fun facts, because they are slightly baffling. Shura Poppe of Durham says her fun fact is that she has the hiccups every hour. Sarah Sudomenko has 2 sausage dogs. Favourite player, Serena Williams. She's actually Hawaiian. Describes her her game style as a grinder. I'm not quite seeing that at the moment. Maybe she has a slightly different game style for singles versus doubles, but to me she looks like she's trying to step up the court and be quite aggressive. And on the women's side we've got Phoebe Southers, who has a very, very interesting and inspiring story. She was actually born profoundly deaf. So all credit to her for being here, for pursuing her dream. Her goal is to become a clinical psychologist. Now, Scott, you've also studied psychology in all of your 8 years at the University of Stirling. Oh no, sorry, you only did it as your master's, didn't you?
Yeah, sports psychology is a master's. Yeah, it was good fun. She'll definitely be more qualified than me when she finishes.
And how much of a benefit is it, do you think, to have that understanding of psychology as a tennis player?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it can be. It's often actually quite different working with somebody else rather than like almost self-diagnosing. It's so I mean, I know a couple of my friends who are sports psychologists, and they are lunatics on the tennis court. So for me personally, I think that it's nice and it's good to know sort of the different techniques and stuff that you can try to sort of implement yourself. It's a whole different issue actually doing it successfully.
Yeah, I can certainly relate to that. Well, the mental side is such a big thing in tennis, isn't it? And particularly in these doubles matches as well, because we are playing sudden death deuce, which means that the margins are just so small and you need to be on it, in the present, super positive the entire time.
Was not going to be a nice ball to deal with had that dropped in. See, that's where the lob can be quite effective. You found the chip lob over the net player, and then Sarah's found herself with her forehand to Abby Taylor's backhand, and yeah, they've been able to sort of get the net player involved from there. It's a smart tactic.
I always found I never lob as much indoors as I do outdoors, and I don't know whether it's just the kind of mental block of knowing that there's a ceiling. Maybe it's just me.
Well, it's easier to smash indoors, isn't it? So it's probably maybe got something to do with that. And then you've obviously got the elements outside with the wind and stuff like that, and probably a lot of girls will let it bounce, which means you can sort of get yourself into the point a little bit easier outdoors.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty solid explanation if I ever heard one.
had to be over that one. It was past her.
Quite good enough there with the smash. Sorry, the lob. Definitely
Smash
good
was more
enough
than
with
good
the
enough.
smash. Such a good point. So often, isn't it, that we miss those, what we think are easier shots, just very easy to lose a bit of focus.
I think sometimes the easiest ones are the hardest, or the ones that look the easiest, like high drive volley, high volley. Actually not that easy tennis shots, but because we're in an advantageous position, we think we should make them, we should win the point, but it's actually not the case a lot of the time.
Well, it's incredibly easy, isn't it, to bring the focus onto the outcome, when in reality it should always be on the process. And it just looked as if on that last one her eyes sort of lit up and you could see her focus was on the open space.
Spoken like a true sports psychologist there, but wow.
Well, I did actually study it myself. Kept that one quiet.
Yeah, there you go.
And Durham still in a winning position though. They're leading by 1 set to love, 5 games to 2. But they do find themselves 1 rubber down on court 5. Their teammates lost the opening doubles rubber. No signs of real panic though from Durham. They're remaining very calm, very level-headed.
There's a lot of tennis to go out there.
And great to see as well, because this is the first time these guys have played together. The other pair slightly more experienced, both on placement, or both having come back from placement rather. But they are friends and they have played together before. Yeah, that's a great shot. Sure, Poppe just moving a tad too early there. What do you reckon?
I think she stayed in the right place. I think that's just a good shot. You could argue that potentially with the ball going out wide, the net player needs to maybe cover a bit more of the line, but I think that's maybe a little bit pedantic. Hindsight's always an easy thing.
So easy, isn't it, when you've hit one good down the line winner to want to try that repeatedly over and over again, and it's quite a risky shot, especially since when you have been passed as the volleyer, you're then going to be slightly more cautious in covering the line. Oh, she was there. And Durham now have 2 match points. Well, it was sealed with a double fault. That's not how you want to win a match, is it? But nevertheless, they've got the victory. It's the University of Durham who came out on top. And they now have leveled the overall match score to 1-1. What do you think, Scott?
Predictions? You're not asking me for a prediction, surely. Predictions have been wrong so far, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a 3-all draw.
Playing it safe.
Actually, yeah, I think a 3-all draw. Based on what I've seen in the doubles matches and potentially how the lineups could work, I'm going to go for a 3-all draw.
Well, it was a good match, wasn't it? I definitely felt like the Durham duo were brushing off a few cobwebs early on in that first set, but they did get better. They certainly upped their level and upped their energy, reduced their error count significantly in the second set, but Loughborough shouldn't be too disappointed with that performance. And it's even Stevens, 1-1 in rubbers. And very shortly we'll be catching up with Shura Poppe of Durham to hear what she has to say after the doubles and ahead of her #1 singles. Good afternoon and welcome back to the BUCS Super League weekend. I'm here with Shura Poppe of the University of Durham, and they have just defeated the University of Loughborough in the #1 doubles matchup. Shura, fantastic win. Thank you so much for joining us. This is your first ever win, I believe, in the whole BUCS system. How do you feel it went?
I mean, first match is always kind of getting used to the courts, like kind of settling in, but second set went a bit better than the first set. I thought Sarah played really well. She did well. I was kind of setting up from the baseline, and then she was coming in with her volley, so I think overall we did well, yeah.
Well, it certainly looked like that, and you're of course new to the UK. You've come from the collegiate system in the United States. What's your experience been of the University of Durham and also university tennis in the UK so far?
It's really different. It's really different. It's a really positive environment, and I feel like here, like everybody wants to work really hard from themselves, and it's like everyone encourages each other, and it's just, yeah, it's really fun. It's good.
Well, it's certainly interesting to hear your perspective of how the two compare.
Yeah.
I know it's very different in some respects, but also, you know, it's a fantastic level in the UK.
Yeah.
It's only getting better and better. And one final question. It's 1-1, so pretty even Stevens. What are you sort of telling the girls now who are going on court in these next few singles?
To just go for it. I feel like on these courts, yeah, you just have to go for it and keep hitting the ball. Like I felt in my doubles, I kind of, when I was leaning back a little bit, like they were coming in and playing a lot more volleys. So I feel like we just have to keep hitting, staying low, and keep getting through the ball, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And best of luck in your upcoming singles.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletic Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmi challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck of determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
very tight. Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre from the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here. End-to-end stuff, as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
Finds it in and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, and we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now, Tom Hitchcock crashes, Tom Hitchcock goes, Tom Hitchcock scores!
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Ellen Bobby's with her. That's Amy Dow, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartley, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Hignet, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. But Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck for determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up. As he looks around and he sees the red boys, this could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for today is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing. Good afternoon and welcome back to the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at the University of Loughborough. We are continuing coverage of Durham versus Loughborough, and it's the University of Durham who lead by 4 games to 1 in this first set. Over on the other court, however, it's a bit of a different story. We've got Loughborough leading by a set and 3-2. And for those of you who are just joining us, the competition is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Team Tennis League, which comprises the 6 best male and female teams in the nation. Each team is made up of 4 players, each playing a singles, and then 2 doubles matches. And the team score at the moment in the overall tie is 1-1. So we split both ways in the first 2 doubles. One to Loughborough, but it was Durham who clinched the #1 doubles rubber. Durham, typically a pretty strong team. They haven't won in recent years, but they have come very close. Their coach is Adam Barraclough and Rory Fraser. And they train early mornings at David Lloyd Sunderland, 5:30. 3 times a week. I'm not sure about that. And their team consists of Diane Palfi, Camille Townsend, Shura Poppe, and on court today we have Sarah Tsukamoto of Hawaii. She played at UC Davis in California. Mega solid, mega steady. We saw that earlier. And she leads by 5 games to 1 in the first set. She takes on Loughborough's Amy Redman, who plays in the #3 position. Loughborough as well, historically a very strong team. They're defending champions and won the league and the cup double last year. However, they have lost their first 3 players. 2 of their team are making their Super League debut. Amy Redman pretty solid off both wings. She's a gritty competitor.
Sukamento. I think that's been the story of the match so far for me. Just incredible defense. A few errors creeping in from Amy Redmond, but historically a very gritty competitor. She's won many matches from compromising positions, so I think that's exactly what her coach will be telling her right now. Stay calm, stay in the present. And Amy's a Scouser. She's in her final year studying English. She's helping to drive the club as a vice chair of the tennis committee. Her opponent, as we said, played at UC Davis, Sarah Sukamoto, and she was part of the winning Durham duo earlier on today in the #1 doubles lineup. I'm here with Scott Duncan, who's also come through the university system. He attended the University of Stirling for how many years, Scott?
8 years, thanks very much. Yeah, delighted to be back at a BUCS event. I've missed it. I've not been, what, 2 years now? So yeah, delighted to be back.
Well, it's great to have you.
I'd like to point out that 8 years wasn't just for an undergrad, thanks. I did achieve a master's in that time as well.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Sukamoto. And she comes into this match with a wealth of college tennis experience. She had a standout season in 2021. ITA Scholar Athlete, Big West Conference All Academic Team, and All Big West First Team Doubles. So she's certainly not new to collegiate tennis. Like so many athletes, she's come from America and she's wanting to continue her studies, and it's increasingly becoming a pathway to allow student athletes to do that. Solid into the corners, making her opponent move. She's going to have to work hard though, every single point. It's going to be all about the repeatability here, I think. course, in singles, they do play the deuce advantage. Not a sudden death deuce like it is in doubles. Scott, what are your thoughts on sudden death deuce?
It's a love it or hate it, isn't it? Yeah, great insight from me about that. Sudden death deuce. Yeah, it's a love it or hate it. Can't say I'm a massive fan.
I think it just depends on the day, doesn't it, really? You know, if I'm playing well and I win all the sudden death deuces, then long may it continue.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Many errors from Sara Tsukamoto. Says her game style is a bit of a grinder.
It seems to be a battle of the grinders at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I haven't seen too many winners. Very, very strong movement from Tsukamoto, and what really strikes me about her game is the way she's able to defend. And you can see here Amy Redmond trying to get in the first hit, but just not always being as successful as I'm sure she'd like. I almost think that she needs to take a couple of steps forwards. You know, she is trying to hit and take time away from her opponent, but she could almost do with, like I say, just being a little bit more aggressive with her positioning. And it's not like Tsukamoto is hitting her off the court. And that serve, I think, is there to be attacked. Can hear Redmond's teammates there just supporting on the balcony. I think that's one of the biggest advantages of college tennis for me. You've got your teammates right there behind you always, And it is such an individual, brutal sport that it is so nice to play in a team environment.
Yeah, it's a huge help, especially if the girls are competing sort of in futures and stuff as well. It makes a massive difference when you can actually have your team there to support, because often you're maybe away travelling on your own, and yeah, it can get difficult. So part of the university experience is having that camaraderie. Shot.
Serve good? I thought it might have just a little bit long, but I can't.
Drifted long, yeah, to me.
Very generous calling, I think, from both players.
Yeah.
I'm sitting right on the line here, and there was a forehand cross that looked at least a couple of inches wide.
Yeah, definitely out at county week, I'll tell you that.
Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If in doubt, call it out. That's only at county week, by the way. That's
as long as you say so.
Looks like it's the University of Loughborough who've just clinched the victory over on court 5. So that puts Loughborough in a winning position. They're now 2-1 up in rubbers. Certainly all to play for out here today.
Prediction of 3-3 might be actually be okay.
Well, Loughborough's #1 player is in fact ill, so there are a few question marks as to whether or not she's actually even going to take to the court, and don't have an answer for you on that one, but let's see, you might be right. That'll be Scott Duncan's first correct prediction of the day.
We're only 7 hours in.
Yeah, that's great tennis. Very strategically placed smash there.
Very comfortable moving the ball about the court, isn't she?
Yeah, it just feels so easy at the moment, doesn't it? You know, she's not trying to go for too much. She's playing very within herself and consistently forcing the errors from her opponent, who is just getting more and more frustrated. But for those of you who are just now joining us, we're at the BUCS Super League and Teach Tennis. The BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League event here at the University of Loughborough, and it has been a fantastic day of tennis so far. This morning we saw reigning champions Sterling get defeated by the University of Nottingham in a stunning matchup, and now it's the University of Durham women's team who are trailing by 1 rubbers to 2 against the University of Durham. And Scott, we'll talk very quickly about the standard of university tennis in the UK and why it's beginning to draw such a high level of talent.
Great shot. Yeah, BUCS tennis is certainly getting the levels improving sort of year on year. I think one of the main reasons for that is probably the training and the programs that the unis are actually able to provide now. As you can see, we're here in Loughborough at the moment, and it's one of a number of British universities that has really world-class, like a world-class training facility. There's a state-of-the-art gym. There's how many indoor courts have we got here? 12, I think.
Yeah, well, with the addition of those two that they've just built in over the last year or so, I think that's correct.
10 to 12 indoor courts. There's courts outside that are currently being refurbished.
And I think what's great about the university system as well is that there are opportunities if you do want to take your tennis to the next level to compete in ITFs and WTAs and ATP events. You're not just limited to university tennis matches, of which there are an abundance, by the way.
Yeah, there's loads. It's a 10-week season where you've got a couple of super weekends like this. So one is now, one is in February, and you can sort of link your tennis in with 25Ks and 15Ks that are going on in the UK, which are low-level professional events. And I think there's going to be 15 or 16 of those next year. And a lot of the unis are very accommodating in terms of structuring your academics around those tournaments. Especially when you're on a scholarship. They really try to encourage you to play out with the university system as well. think another one of the good things is there is no 4-year eligibility cap in the UK university system, so it can allow sort of college athletes who have been to the States to actually come back and continue to develop their tennis and continue to study academically. So they can do a master's, they can do another undergrad, but they can keep their tennis going along with it.
Absolutely, and Tsukamoto is an example. She comes from UC Davis. Shura Poppe, who's the Durham #1, attended the University of Tulsa, and of course Tom Hans, who we saw in action earlier today, is a Drake graduate.
Great shot. Forehand angle. She did tell us earlier that that was her favourite shot. She's used that nicely there. There it is again.
And I've just been informed that Loughborough has 10 indoor courts, initially 4, then 8, plus the 2 additional ones that they built this year. 3 outdoor in addition to all of those, and indoor squash is also part of the new build. Certainly can't question the facilities in the UK, and Loughborough, of course, one of 2 national academies that are home to the top British talent between the ages of 12 and 18. would have once been home to British sensation Emma Raducanu, who of course shone at Wimbledon as a wild card in June, and then became Britain's youngest ever winner of the US Open?
I believe so, yeah. There's been a lot of investment put into UK university facilities, and I know Loughborough has had the racket centre going in with the squash courts, the badminton courts. Stirling Uni had a £40 million renovation. 20 million of that went into the sports centre. So the university is starting to catch up starting to catch up with those in the States.
Well, absolutely, and it's not just the tennis facilities as well, is it? Loughborough obviously home to a number of very, very high level athletes, Adam Peaty being one of them. And just on that note there, the tennis only forms just a small part of the overall BUCS leagues, which comprise over 800 leagues, 5,000 teams, and over 20,000 fixtures each year. Did you know there are 130 events every year run by BUCS?
I did not.
52 sports apparently as well, and 162 universities that take part.
How many sports can you name? Go.
Tennis.
Yeah, tennis is the only one that counts, isn't it?
Tennis is indeed the only one that counts.
Oh, lovely field.
She just seems to know exactly where her opponent is and isn't on the court. That's what strikes me about the game of Tsukamoto.
Yeah, she seems to understand her game very well. Doesn't go for anything sort of rash or spectacular, but is very solid and methodically plans her attacks.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty typical of a former collegiate player, with the amount of matches that you play, and obviously being outdoors, playing most of the matches in the sun. They do teach you that, you know, it's all about consistency and repeatability.
It's the curse of the commentator again. That's 3 times. I should just be quiet.
Well, it certainly wasn't a bad return within a couple of feet of the baseline.
That's true.
Bit of a lucky return there from Amy Redmond, but she's done well this game. She faced a couple of match points. Slightly tentative point there from both players, I would say, but not uncommon to see that at this point in the match. Tsukamoto trying to close it out, and we talked about this earlier, but not an easy thing to do.
No. Stranger things have happened and somebody getting a little bit nervous at a set in 5 love.
Well, they call it a semi-tank, don't they, when your opponent is in a compromising position and isn't fully tanking, but also is just letting loose, hits a few winners here and there, and then they start to build some momentum. So it's very dangerous. And it's now match point to Tsukamoto. Great return, great move. That's what I want to see more of from Redmond. Steps forwards, and that's what it's going to take to actually put the ball away against Tsukamoto. Her defense is so good and she's so athletic. It almost requires her opponent to come into the net, take it out of the air, or even drive volley like she just did.
Again, better play though. It's positive. Seemed to lose a little bit of ground on the deep forehand, but then was quick back up to the baseline to try and take advantage of the next one.
sure about that.
Yeah. I think Redmond has a point here, actually. The umpire did seem to suggest that he saw it in, but when the call came, he agreed with the call.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? You just have to shrug it off and move on. Not all that much you can do in these situations. Another let cord. This has been the longest game of the match so far.
Nobody can get out the game.
Match point for Sarah Tsukamoto of the University of Durham. This time she closes it. It is Sarah Tsukamoto who wins her first ever BUCS singles match in a pretty convincing fashion. 6-2, 6-love. And again, that puts Durham and Loughborough even Stevens. It's 2 rubbers all. Scott, what did you think of that performance?
Yeah, very solid. She did the basics well. As I said, it was a battle of 2 grinders, really, wasn't it? Redmond tried to take a bit more of the initiative towards the end, but Tsukamoto just a bit too solid for her.
Absolutely. And that concludes the commentary of day 1 of the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League event here at Loughborough. Of course, the stream will be continuing. We still have the #1 singles. So if you continue on this channel, that'll be the next match on Court 6. Court 5 also streaming. And we will be back with commentary tomorrow, 9 AM, where the men's Loughborough first team will take on a Scott Duncan favourite, the University of Stirling, followed by some action on the women's side in the afternoon. It is Bath versus Loughborough. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
welcome to the BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just the other boats cheering on for us. And it's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at the BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
The 114 teams competing here today, 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here, end-to-end stuff as we said.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, and we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock scores.
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Edinburgh Bobbies with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Hignet, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. BUCS Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
Atmos from 6, is that still there?